Stephen King once wrote that nightmares exist outside of logic, and there's little fun to be had in explanations. They're antithetical to the poetry of fear. In a horror story, the victim keeps asking why, but there can be no explanation, and there shouldn't be one. The unanswered mystery is what stays with us the longest, and it's what we'll remember in the end. My name is Alan Wake. I'm a writer. I've always had a vivid imagination, but this dream unsettled me. It was wild and dark and weird, even by my standards. So yes, it began with a dream. Following a typical nightmare pattern, I was late, desperately trying to reach my destination, a lighthouse. For some urgent reason, I couldn't remember. I'd been driving too fast down a coastal road to get there. I'd seen the hitchhiker too late. He was dead. I was convinced they'd put me in jail and I would never see Alice again. Suddenly, his body was gone. I was in shock from the crash. I could hardly stay on my feet. I had to go to the lighthouse. I knew there was something important waiting for me there.
Dokumentation, moin. Ja. Ich komme mit meiner Maus nicht aus. Alter. Das hat man ja selten, dass ein Spiel zu leise ist. Hm. Habe ich noch nie gehabt, glaube ich.
The bridge had collapsed. I'd have to find another way to the lighthouse.
You don't even recognize me, do you, Ryder? You think you're God? You think you can just make up stuff? Play with people's lives and
Okay. Das war ein kurzes Spiel. Der Tunnel ist zugemauert.
You don't even recognize me, do you, Ryder? You think you're God? You think you can just make up stuff? Play with people's lives and kill them when you think it adds to the drama? You're in this story now, and I'll make you suffer! You're a joke. It would be a single readable sentence in your books if it wasn't for your editor. You'll never publish another one of your shitty stories, 'cause I'm gonna kill you. It's not like your stories are any good. Not like they have any artistic merit. You're a lousy writer. Cheap thrills and pretentious shit. That's all you're good for. Just look at me. Look at your work.
Musik ist so laut, dass ich nichts verstehe. Die Maus viel zu leicht. Also,
You missed your deadline. Damn. can't stop me!
I realized that the hitchhiker was a character from the story I'd been working on.
How does it feel to die by the hands of your own creation?
Trapped. There was no way out.
Die, 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 die.
The cabin was a death trap. I had to get out.
Follow the light.
You are hurt. You should go into the light. You are only safe there.
The light pole that you see in front of you is a crucial piece in the gameplay of Alan Wake. We call them safe haven. It's a spot of light in the midst of darkness. It provides you safety. While the enemies actually don't want to go in the light, they also heal the player faster and acts as guidance for the player. Every time you see light in front of you, that's usually a good direction to take.
To its ports I've been. To its ports I've been. Do you understand?
No.
Alter, was für ein Scheiß. Das ist jetzt schon scheiße auf 3 Leveln mindestens. Das spiele ich nicht lang. Steuerung ist scheiße. Diese Kamera.
When it feels you coming, it will wake up. There's no time. I can only show you the most important thing. This way. There's no time. The hitchhiker has been taken over by the dark presence. You can't hurt him now. The darkness protects him from all harm. Only light can drive the darkness away and make him vulnerable again. Here, take the light. Pick up the flashlight. Turn your flashlight toward him and burn the darkness away. You did it. Now the darkness no longer protects him, but it's still inside, controlling him. He can't be saved. He's still a threat. He is still your enemy. Here, take the gun. Pick up the revolver.
Now you'll die.
Good. You've done well. Remember what I've taught you. That is all. I will give you back your dream now.
In the nightmare, a terrible darkness was taking over the world. The lighthouse was the last safe place on Earth.
You made me this way, and now I'm gonna kill you. This isn't weak! You're dead, just like just like I can keep this up forever!
Alter.
I can keep this up forever! I can keep this up forever!
Baby, just another nightmare. Everything's fine. You dozed off.
Right. Anything more than dozed off would be news for everyone.
Cheer up, handsome. We're here.
Let's act like we're on vacation. Go stand next to that old gentleman there. I want a shot of you with the town in the background.
Sure. I'll even give you a title for the shot. A city boy, moments before he got eaten by a bear. Hi.
Hello there. You picked a good time to visit our town. Deerfest is just 2 weeks away.
Deerfest, huh? Did you hear that, honey?
You have a lovely wife. If you don't mind me saying. I'm Pat Maine, by the way. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I'm Alan Wake.
I won't pretend I don't recognize a famous writer such as yourself, Mr. Wake. A pleasure. I'm an avid reader myself. I hope this isn't too presumptuous of me, but I'm the night host at the local radio station. Any chance I could get an interview?
Look.
Kannst du das nicht meiner Sekretärin schreiben?
Jetzt kommt ihr
Im Discord?
Na.
Just between the two of us. I'm sure you understand.
Fair enough. You can trust me.
Low Fun TV.
Not a hard man to track down if you change your mind, though. I hope you
Danke für den
have a
Follow.
lovely holiday.
Jetzt habe ich nicht mitbekommen, was passiert ist. Ja, ich habe die Fähre genommen. Wow. Nice. 5,5. Da wärst du ja quasi eigentlich da gewesen, bevor du losgefahren bist. Oder? Ja, kannst du dich bitte bei der Bahn auskotzen? Na, das ist doch schön. Das ist doch schön.
Very nice. I got a couple of really good ones. And I see you made a friend. That's cute.
Right. Yeah?
Hey, bestseller. How's my favorite writer? Are you there yet?
Barry. Yeah. We just got here.
Are the locals giving you trouble? Just say the word and I'll hop on a plane and come make sure that you're left alone, Al.
No, Barry, we're fine.
Great. Just want to make sure you can relax and recharge. So, how is the place? Has it gotten your creative juices flowing?
Barry, we're just settling in.
Okay, Al. I'll call back later to make sure you're doing okay. And you call me if there's a problem, okay? Okay. I'm just looking out for you, buddy. Talk to you later.
I love you too, Barry.
You know he's going to be calling you every 5 minutes.
Barry is Barry. I can always turn off the phone.
What did I tell you?
Text message from Barry. He says hi to you too.
Alan, we're here. Come on, let's get back to the car.
Which car?
Come on, Slowpoke.
Ja.
You get the full service here. I've made all the arrangements. I drive the car. We need to stop at the local
Spiel von
diner to get the paddle key from the landlord.
1990.
Mr. Carl Stuckey. He's waiting for us. I'll go fill her up while you get the key. I'll pick you up here in, say, 15 minutes.
Sure.
Controllersteuerung.
Thank you for coming here with me.
I love you too. Go on. I'll promise to behave.
Beschissenste Steuerung, die ich bisher
I'd
erlebt habe.
forgotten there were still places like this. Towns where everybody knew everybody.
Welcome to the Oh Dear Diner.
Hi, I was wondering if you could help me. I'm looking for...
Mr. Wake. Alan Wake. Oh, God! I am your biggest fan. I know people say that all the time, but I really am.
I'm glad to hear that.
Rose.
Rose, I'm looking for Mr. Stuckey. Carl Stuckey?
Carl? Of course, Mr. Wake. He must have gone to visit the restroom. He'll be back in a moment. I can't believe it. I've got all your books. I got the cutout from the bookstore when they took it out of the window.
And you keep it here. Well, okay. Good for you.
Try the coffee. Just don't blame me when you fall in love, 'cause it'll break your heart when you have to leave.
Rusty here is no longer human. Nothing but black coffee under a thin layer of skin.
Yeah, that makes two of us.
Die Steuerung ist viel
Are you
zu...
staying long, Mr. Wake? I can't believe it. I'm having a conversation with Alan Wake.
Ja.
Are you on your own, or is your wife with you? I can show you the town if you want. I get off work at 6.
Thanks, Rose. We'll be sure to keep that in mind.
Do me a favor, Sonny. I could really use a tune right now. Coconut, number 6 in the jukebox. I'd do it myself, but both of my legs have gone to sleep. Bad circulation.
Oh ja, das kann ich.
Are you serious? Coconut again? You disgust me. Call yourself a rocker. Unbelievable. Ha!
You put the lime in the coconut, drink them both up.
Just because we're brothers, don't think I won't murder you in your sleep.
It does that. Get stuck. Yeah, you need to give it a good solid whack. Now that's what I'm talking about, yes!
This is it. I've died and gone to hell.
Don't go in there, young man. You can hurt yourself in the dark.
I think I can handle it, ma'am.
I didn't want to wait. I wanted to find Stuckey, to get the key and get out as soon as possible. The waitress was giving me a headache. Overeager fans always did.
Kamerasteuerung. Mit Tab kann ich nach links und rechts. Es ist beides scheiße.
Hello? Mr. Stuckey?
Carl couldn't make it. Unfortunately, he was taken ill. But I have the key for you and instructions on how to get to the lake.
Okay.
I wish you a good stay in my cabin. I'll come by later to check how you've settled in. And to meet your wife. I insist.
Thanks.
Cauldron Lake is a special place. Very inspiring.
You got lucky this time, young man. You can hurt yourself in the dark. This really ought to be fixed. And then I must remind Sarah to change the lights at the station. It's been too long already.
Even that sounds better than your singing.
Are you all right?
Splendid! Splendid, splendid! Damn hernia. It swells up like a balloon if I lift anything heavier than a spoon. Yeah, splendid, splendid. It's been a long time, Tom. Good to see you. Hey, you wouldn't have...
The Andersons, they're, local musicians. We're waiting for Dr. Hartman to come pick them up. They wandered off from his clinic at the Cauldron Lake Lodge. I'll be heading back to work as soon as Dr. Hartman gets here, Rose. Oh, but I'm not looking forward to the poison we have at the Park Cafe.
Bye, Mr. Wake.
Mission accomplished. The key and the directions.
My hero. I got some flashlights, just in case.
Hey, wait! Mrs. Wake! Your keys!
That diner was a real nut house.
Can you believe this place? This would make a wonderful setting for a book.
We're supposed to be on vacation, Alice. I'll figure it out when we get back home. Okay?
Okay. We can talk about this later.
Batman here on KBFF.
I didn't want to talk about it. I wanted to bury my head in sand.
Here's another one of my favorites to go with it.
Once upon a time, I was a successful writer, but that was a long time ago. I hadn't been able to write a word in 2 years, not since my last book.
And now the weather. It's gonna be a clear night, so you folks in the big city might want to look up every once in a while, see those stars winking down at you. It gets pretty dark out here, but they'll light your way.
Wow. It's gorgeous, Alan.
It's something, all right. Don't worry, honey. I'll get you inside safe and sound before it gets dark. And I've got the flashlight.
I know. I'm okay.
Alice had a phobia, the fear of darkness. I wanted to make sure we were inside with the lights on before sunset.
Here we go. Let's take a look inside. Come on.
It's dark in there. We need lights. Can you figure out how to get the power on, honey? Come on,
Sure thing.
honey.
I'm
Get
on
the
it.
door open so we can get a look inside.
Hello? Anyone here?
power cable goes to that shed over there. Alan, honey, can you open the door?
Alter.
An old generator had been connected to the power cable.
The lights are on! Good work, honey. I'll freshen up a bit and start settling in.
Okay, I'll look around a bit.
Sure thing! Have fun!
It was a beautiful place. I told myself I could rest here, sleep here, and forget about my work. I thought we could be happy here.
Alan, you've got the key to the front door.
Alice? Honey?
Alan, I'm upstairs. I have a surprise for you.
Well, hello there.
I'm not the surprise. It's in the study. Go take a look.
Okay.
Surprise!
Alice? What is this?
I guess I have a small confession to make. I thought maybe you could write here that a change of scenery would get you past...
Damn it, Alice, everyone keeps...
Hey, just hear me out. There's a local doctor, Dr. Hartman. I read a book of his. He has a private clinic here. He specializes in helping artists. Maybe...
So now you want to get me committed?
No, it's not like that. That's not... Alan? Alan?
Just don't! I don't want to hear it! God damn it, Alice! God damn it! I knew she wouldn't follow me in the dark. I needed some time alone to think things through. Damn it. Alice? Alice? Alice! The cabin had gone dark. All the lights were out.
Alice, I'm coming! It's all right, I'm coming! What the hell?
Alice? Alice? Oh no!
Keep going.
Wake up.
Alice?
Waking up in the crashed car felt like I had woken from one nightmare and entered another.
Eh?
I couldn't remember how I got there. All I knew was that something terrible had happened to Alice. The phone was dead. I'd have to find help on foot. Among Alice's things was a book, The Creator's Dilemma, by a Dr. Emil Hartmann. Seeing the book brought back my fight with Alice. I didn't like it, and I didn't like the guy's smug face on the cover either. The gas station was my best bet. They'd have a phone I could use. It looked like a long hike through the forest to get there.
Ich könnte an den Stromkabeln hochklettern. Alter. Ah.
Hello?
Hello? Is someone there? The loose sheets of paper were pages from a manuscript entitled Departure. That was the name I planned to use for the next novel I had never gotten started. I was named the author. I hadn't written it. I couldn't remember writing it. In the scene on the page, the hero was attacked by an axe murderer in the woods at night. The man turned to face me. His face was covered in shadows. It was hard to make him out in the darkness of the forest that surrounded us, but the axe he lifted was plain to see. It glistened with the blood of his victim. He grinned madly. The shadows were alive, distorting his features. It was a scene from a nightmare, but I was awake.
Anybody there? Please, I've been in an accident.
The lights up ahead were a good sign. Maybe I wouldn't have to hike all the way down to the gas station to find a phone.
Anybody there? Please, I've been in an accident. Hey! Hey, you!
Phil!
There's been an accident. I need help. Listen, I need to...
Premium cabins for rent in...
Nightfall!
Oh, hell.
Carl Stuckey.
Pleased
To meet you.
non-refundable reservation
Deposit required. Fair and
square.
And
Square.
I had to figure a way out of this. Any second now, and Stuckey would be knocking on the door with his axe like Nicholson in The Shining.
during your record, trying walking, it's the latest thing. Incontestably proven health benefits. Let you kill 2 birds with 1 stone. You can see the sights and keep those cholesterol levels down.
Bright Falls Sheriff Station. How may I...
Hello? Hello?
This is bad. The bulldozer had gone over the cliff with the office. I hoped Stucky had suffered the same fate, but I wasn't planning on staying to find out. There were more of them.
Really? I'd never fired a gun outside a shooting range, and now I just killed someone. Or something. There were no bodies. They just disappeared. If I was dreaming, it felt real enough to make me sick. The dark forest was the last place I wanted to go, but I had no choice. I had to get to the gas station.
It's rabbit season!
What the hell was that? When I saw the river below, something uncoiled itself inside my head. I realized that I'd have to find a way across. I didn't even want to look at the water. Barry Wheeler was bouncing off the walls. He jumped on a plane after his calls were ignored by both Al and Alice for several days. It could mean that they were both on a second honeymoon, but Barry didn't buy it. Al had been way too unstable for that, not sleeping, messed up. Barry had years of experience dealing with Alan Wake, and he couldn't ignore it. Something was wrong. Stucky was still out there, in the dark, stalking me.
Hazardous occupation.
The staircase was broken. I had to make my way up some other way. There was no power. There was bound to be a generator somewhere at the logging site. There was no power. There was bound to be a generator somewhere at the logging site. With all this forestry equipment around, there had to be something I could use to reach the top.
Now we're talking. Amor? Vorgänge. 75. Danke für den Raid. Moin. Und ja. Ah. So, und jetzt? Schnell ja gar nichts. Wie soll ich jetzt hier wegkommen? Kann ich jetzt hier hochklettern? Näher ran geht nicht. Aber wenn ich den jetzt anmache, geht er wieder aus. Also, wenn ich hier weggehe. Näher ran geht nicht. Drauf ballern hat auch nichts gebracht. Dann geht auch nicht. Warum liegt das Holz hier? Das kann ich nicht aufheben.
I heard them before I saw them, swooping down from the sky and screeching as they came. I spun around just as the cloud was upon me. For an instant, I stared into 100 dead eyes, black pearls glittering in the darkness. I raised the flashlight and the swarm exploded like fireworks. Feathers burned, turned into ash. I couldn't hear my scream above theirs. Departure by Alan Wake.
Alles klar. Ich baue eine Brücke. Ich hätte hier gerade schon zugemacht, ne? Okay.
Well, I was just outside for a breath of fresh air, and what a night. I know most of you are probably in your beds by now, but if you're still up and around, take a moment. Step outside for a spell and breathe in deep. The weather is absolutely still. The sky is crystal clear. It's like the forest is quietly breathing along with you. As you listeners know, I'm a night owl, and it's on nights like this I wish I wasn't cooped up in the studio. Makes an old man like me wish I could just roam wild. But here I am, and it would keep you company all night long if I weren't. It looks like I'm not the only one staying up late. Caller, you're on the air.
Hey, Pat, it's Maurice Horton.
Hello, Maurice. What are you up to?
Well, I was just taking Toby on his walkies.
Oh, isn't it beautiful out there?
Pat, the reason I called is that Toby heard something rustling in the undergrowth and took off after it, and I couldn't find it.
Probably a rabbit.
Sure. Toby loves rabbits.
Well, sure.
Anyway, I figured that, if anyone runs into Toby, they could grab him. My number's on his collar.
And Toby's a friendly dog?
Toby loves people. Usually he comes back, but we were pretty far from home, and it sounds like he went pretty wild there. Great dog, but he just didn't come for his own good.
Well, Maurice, it's out there now. Hope Toby comes home soon.
Yeah, thanks, Pat.
You have a good night now.
Ich glaube, die
The gas
Seiten...
station was closer now, its light welcoming in the darkness.
Paul makes the best dogs in the state. Belly Burster is the best with no contest. Monster Dog is second best. The famous dog is...
Ja, das liegt an dem Bild. Wenn es am Monitor dunkel wird, dann wird ja auch dunkel. Tja, keine Ahnung, wo ich hier noch Muni finde. Aber sah aus, als hätte ich zu wenig. Also ich finde die Bedienung scheiße. Das ist wieder so ein Spiel, das für Controller gemacht ist.
At first, I kept finding the pages as if by accident. The book I couldn't remember was either a terrible and true prophecy or an act of creation that had rewritten the world. I began to hunt the pages feverishly, for they held the answer to the mystery. With it, I could save myself. With it, I could save Alice.
Also ich bin da nicht so ganz überzeugt, aber also die Atmosphäre ist ganz cool.
The gas station was closer now, its light welcoming in the darkness.
Paul makes the best dogs in the state. Belly Burster is the best with no cut. Monster Dog is second best. The famous dog is...
Out of ammo. So komme ich da. So komme ich hier nicht.
Eerie hand-painted graffiti was revealed by my flashlight. Someone had hidden a chest of supplies near it.
Nee, die haben Schiss vor dem Licht. Also damit kann ich die blenden. Ja. Und quasi, ja, zurückhalten. Oh. Das war jetzt die Flare.
Science. It bestows immortality on those who advance it to elevate all of mankind. Newton, Einstein, Sagan, princes among men. But the price for such a legacy is steep indeed. In Night Springs. Tonight's episode, a quantum suicide. If our lives are already written, it would take a courageous man to change the script. Having called a press conference, Dr. Barclay Colvin is about to demonstrate that very courage.
Ladies and gentlemen of the press, I am Dr. Barclay Colvin, and I'm glad so many of you could join me here at the Moorcock Institute. Tonight, I'm going to give a practical demonstration of the many worlds interpretation. As you can see, this is a loaded 9mm pistol. It shall be part of a thought experiment. And now, a real experiment, known as a quantum suicide.
Did he say suicide? Is that a real gun? He's kidding, right?
Please, stay calm. There is no risk. Observe what occurs when I place the weapon against my own forehead. Now, you might think this round is merely a dud. Not so. Observe the flower pot. And yet, I myself cannot be harmed with this gun. With each pull of the trigger, 2 new realities branch off. One in which the weapon didn't fire, and one where it did. With my machine here, I have ensured that this reality is always the former. I have bestowed upon myself quantum immortality. Under no circumstances can this gun kill me.
So wait. What you're saying is that every time you pull the trigger, in another reality, you die?
Yes, of course, but that's completely trivial. There's an infinite number of things that could happen at any moment, and they always do happen somewhere. The point is, this one thing did not happen here.
You're insane, Colvin.
Insane? Insane?
Hey, was this thing supposed to be plugged in? I stumbled on it.
You fools! Gaze upon quantum immortality.
Poor Dr. Colvin, felled by his own hubris or the ignorance of the masses. Perhaps he should have left the crate unopened, the decaying atom unobserved. Curiosity often kills the cat. In Night Springs.
Ja, da haben sie die Twilight Zone eingebaut. Und ich habe jetzt irgendwas ausgemacht, leider. Ich glaube, das wollte ich gar nicht. Oder vielleicht doch. Oder vielleicht nicht. Scheiße, die Flair ist gut, aber ich weiß nicht. Warte mal. Ne, sie sind leer.
Even with the engine block takes hours to cool. Having two belts isn't easy and fatal. Mistake don't make. Count your jewels before and after. The mystery's cool. Got needed and destroyed. Then went car. Always be the job. A professional!
Stucky's body vanished, leaving behind only a lifetime of nightmares to come, assuming I'd reach the lights at the gas station alive.
Den Trailer hast du geguckt.
I recognized the parade float I had seen in Bright Falls when I first arrived with Alice. After the insanity I had just experienced in the darkness, the lights of the gas station felt comforting. At least for a moment, the sane world reasserted itself.
At least for a moment.
The Deer Fest had been 2 weeks away when we arrived. If the day count on the banner was right, I was missing a whole week between the night we got here and now. The garage was a mess. It looked like someone had trashed the place, or that there'd been some kind of fight. All right. I'll keep writing. Outside, there's only darkness. Outside the cabin, outside the story, there's only darkness. I can feel her presence in the dark. Just now, I could smell her perfume in the room. I'll reach her. I'll fix it up. I'll bring her back. The story will come true. If I stop, she's lost. I don't believe this. It'd been me on the TV, talking crazy. Was I losing my mind?
Jährliches Rehfest, Hirschfest, September 15 bis 18. Spiele und Aktivitäten, Raffle-Tickets, Fishing Competition, Pie Contest, Surprise Competitions und Live Music für die Kinder. Bucktoothed Charlie nachmittags und Montgomery. The Mystics Amazing Phantasmagoria abends. Don't miss the legendary Deerfest parade.
Bright Falls Sheriff Station.
Oh, thank God, Sheriff.
Sheriff Sarah Breaker, you are...
I'm Alan Wake, but listen, I was in a car crash. My wife, Alice, she's missing.
Calm down, Mr. Wake.
We were staying in a cabin on the island, on Cauldron Lake.
There's no island on Cauldron Lake, not since the big eruption in the 70s.
Please, I can take you there, okay?
You look like you've taken a pretty bad knock to the head. Are you okay?
Listen.
We'll figure this out. Please get in the car. We'll swing by the lake and then we'll go to the station, okay? Mr. Wake, have you seen Stucky, the guy who owns this place?
I realized I couldn't tell her what had happened in the forest. She wouldn't have believed me. And then she wouldn't have helped me with Alice.
Die ganze Insel ist weg, oder was? LOL.
A candy-colored clown they call the Sandman. tiptoes to my room every night, and just to sprinkle stardust and to whisper, go to sleep, everything is alright. I close my eyes, then I drift away.
Previously on Alan Wake. I came to Bright Falls with my wife, Alice.
Thank you for coming here with me. I thought maybe you could write here.
I don't want to hear it. God damn it, Alice.
Das gibt's nie auf Deutsch.
She's missing.
Alice? Alice?
I woke up behind the wheel of a crashed car. I'm missing a week. I was attacked by shadowy men straight from a nightmare. The sheriff took me to the lake Alice and I had stayed at, but the cabin had disappeared.
Ein GameStar verheimlicht. Das ist halt auch uralt, ne?
Honey, I'm home.
Back here, sweetie. How was it?
Worst weather I've ever seen.
You should put some coffee on. It'll warm you up.
Alter, hat der Ringe unter den Augen.
Coffee's on.
Great, thanks. I'll need it if I'm gonna finish this by tomorrow.
Did you use my credit card? Again.
Oh, hey, I just finished those cover mock-ups. They're on your desk. Tell me what you think.
No kidding. I didn't think you'd get them done this quickly.
On occasion, I can perform all sorts of miracles, my dear.
Oh, really?
Well, you seemed to think so last night.
Guck dich an.
These look really good.
Oh, sure, until Barry gets his hands on them. Which, by the way, will happen over my dead body. The last time was the last time. Oh, and speaking of Barry, he called. Alan! Alan, please check the fuse box.
I'm right here. I'm on it, honey.
Please hurry.
I'm right here, baby.
I'm fine, I'm fine. Just get the lights back on. Now, please.
Honey, it's a power outage. I've got the flashlight.
Okay. Hi.
You okay?
I'm sorry. It just really spooked me.
Don't worry. We'll just break out the candles.
I know it's stupid, but it's just... especially when I'm not prepared for it, you know? It gets to me.
I love you.
Tell me a story, writer.
Okay. I used to have these nightmares when I was a kid. The dark really spooked me, too. When it got really bad, my mom gave me this old light switch. She called it the clicker.
The clicker, huh?
Yeah. If I ever got scared of the dark, I could just flip the switch and a magic light would scare the monsters away.
Oh, sure.
Here it is.
Alan.
Maybe it'll help you, too.
Yeah, nice story, writer boy. You made that up right now, didn't you?
No. Seriously.
I love you, even if you are a liar. Thanks for this.
How do you feel, Mr. Wake? Any nausea, disorientation, anything like that? Mr. Wake, how are you feeling?
I'm okay. My head's fine. I had to lie about my headache and memory loss. He'd send me to a hospital for tests. I couldn't leave without Alice.
Very well. I don't think you have a concussion, but you've obviously been through quite a shock. You should take it easy for a couple of days.
Thanks.
Well then, Mr. Wake, we're done here. If the pain gets any worse or you experience any other symptoms, you should come see me. I'll let you get on with it then. Sarah, Sheriff Breaker, is waiting for you. She's very good at her job. I'm sure she can locate your wife in no time.
Doc Nelson was the image of a small-town doctor. Sheriff Breaker had called him to the station to take a look at the cut in my head. I'm sorry you had to cut your morning fishing short for this,
the sheriff in
Doc.
her office. Just go down the corridor. Oh, she's a beauty, ain't she? Not the biggest I ever caught, if you can believe that coming from an old fisherman like me, but she's right up there. Now, she's a largemouth bass, which is what you're after if you prefer a lure. Now, if you want either trout or salmon, on the other hand, then it's fly fishing for you. You're good to go, Mr. Wake. Sarah's probably waiting for a chance to talk to you.
Thank you for testing the lights, Miss Weaver. Everything seems to be fine.
I don't have the luxury of being complacent, Deputy Grant. The bulbs will need changing soon. You can't change them in the dark.
I'll be sure to take care of it, Miss Weaver. Have a nice day now.
Very good. I'll come back later on to remind you, just in case.
Die werden vermisst, okay. Auch vermisst.
Come in, Mr. Wake. Your phone's on the desk. The battery was dead. It's charged now.
Have you started looking for my wife yet?
My men are already on it. Now, can you tell me what happened?
I'm not sure. I can't remember. We were arguing. I walked out of the cabin.
The cabin on Cauldron Lake?
How did you end up at Stucky's gas station?
I wanted to tell her what had happened last night, but I couldn't. She'd lock me up. Excuse me. I need to take this. Hello?
Alice, please help me.
Alice?
Stop talking to the law. You'll do exactly what I say if you ever want to see your wife again.
Who is this?
Go to the back lot. There's a hole in the fence on the left. Look inside the junker. I left a little something there to convince you we're all on the same page here. After you ditch the cops, you're gonna meet me in Elderwood National Park. There's a spot called Lover's Peak. Midnight. Don't do nothing stupid, pal. We're watching you.
Mr. Wake, can I help you with anything?
I need to get some air. The sheriff said I could go out back.
Of course, Mr. Wake. You can get there through the cell corridor. Just don't mind Walter in there. He's one of our regulars.
I thought he quit drinking for good.
Oh, no such luck. He went on a bender and beat Danny pretty badly. He started shouting like that the moment he woke up.
I need it to be bright in here.
Yeah, it's Mulligan here. I'm at Stucky's gas station with Thornton. There's no sign of him. Over.
Wait. Yeah, this is Thornton. Look, we've located the brake load. It's here. That's some good news, right? Stucky was supposed to be driving it at the rehearsals today. Over.
Oh, give me that. Mulligan here. Looks like someone really thrashed the garage. Over.
Okay, roger that, guys. Keep looking for Stucky. Jane's out.
I can't stand the dark anymore. Please turn the lights on! Hey! Please turn the lights on!
It's true what they say about the fall and the sudden stop at the end. I'd lain here in the snow while the lurid chain of scenes that had led me here kept playing in my head. A rerun of my own private snuff movie. A memory of my corpse. Alone at my own wake. Thinking in metaphors again. The femme fatale was gone. Only a sour taste remained of the kiss that killed me. This was a late goodbye. 13 years after I'd gotten my revenge, it had finally caught up with me. It had been a long time to bear the pain. My blood painted the snow red. A gruesome slushy dissolved all the scattered painkillers and leisurely dripped down to the sewer, mingling with the bile of the city, becoming one with it. I can see them now. My wife and my baby. Honey, I'm home.
In spite of its human mask, to describe the dark presence as intelligent would have implied human qualities on something decidedly inhuman. Nonetheless, it found the one spot in the diner that was dark enough. Some light spilled into the corridor, ravaging it. But it took the pain. Horrible as it was, the writer would soon fix that. He would be coming to the one place where it still had power. Alice looked through the viewfinder, lining up the shot. Cauldron Lake was breathtaking. Something caught her eye. A figure standing in the shadows behind the cabin, like a thin woman in a black dress. She lowered the camera and looked again. No one there. Just a collection of bushes that looked vaguely human-shaped. She shook her head and laughed.
Hey! Hey! Anybody out there? I'm not feeling so good.
The early morning light hurt my eyes and made my head ache. The man on the phone had said, "Go through the fence on the left."
Well, folks, it's been another long night, and it's about time for me to sign off for a while. God knows I need my beauty sleep. Just one more item before I go. It's been a busy night for the Sheriff's Department. We've had a few broken windows, even a report of shots fired on Main Street. Deputies Mulligan and Thornton had to deal with two intoxicated young men who were celebrating the completion of their Deer Fest float. Now, folks, we get this every year. I know it's exciting that the big day is almost here, but let's save it for the party and leave the gunplay for the shooting competition, huh? There's no point in getting all worked up yet.
The caller had told me to find a hole in the fence behind the police station. There was something for me in an abandoned car. Alice's driver's license had been placed on the front seat. The caller meant business. Barry?
Ow! Ow! Thank God! Where the hell have you been? I've been trying to reach you for a week, you and Alice. I've been worried sick. I flew out yesterday. I'm here in Bright Falls.
Barry, listen to me. I'm at the sheriff's station. Come and get me. I can't talk now.
Al, what the hell is going on?
I had to get the sheriff to let me go. I needed to get to Elderwood National Park to meet Alice's kidnappers.
A writer is a light that reveals the world of his story from darkness, shapes it from nothingness. The way a sculptor carves a statue from a block of granite. If I stop, the world I'm making dies. Darkness will reclaim it. It's a long, hard journey into the dark. Alice's life is at stake, but I can't think about that, or I'll lose it. The dread lingers at the edge of perception. I'll push on. Anything is possible here. I'll write the story. I'll save her.
Marvelous, Sarah. I just wanted to settle all the damage the Anderson brothers might have inadvertently caused on their recent and regrettable little outing. They are not accountable for their actions, of course. I can assure you that my staff has been reprimanded.
Tor and Odin never caused any trouble to anyone when they were still living at their farm.
Indeed. All we can do is to slow down the progress of their dementia.
Are you feeling any better, Mr. Wake?
I'd like to leave. Am I free to go?
Well, we still need to talk about...
Am I under arrest?
No, of course not. But I need to know where you'll be staying so I can get in touch with you.
I'd avoid the motel. The Majestic is known for its roaches. The cabins at Elderwood are pretty nice, though.
That sounds perfect.
I'm Dr. Emil Hartman. I'd like to invite you to stay at Cauldron Lake Lodge.
Did you talk to my wife?
I had the pleasure of discussing your situation with her on several occasions.
Did you set something up with her?
I invited her here. My clinic is a place where...
Oh, hey! Oh, my!
Take it easy.
Hey, nobody move! Get your hands off of my client!
Who are you?
I'm Barry Wheeler, his agent. If you have business with Mr. Wake, you talk to me. You yokels won't know what hit you once I sick my lawyers on your asses.
No harm done, Sarah. I'm all right. I don't want to press charges. Mr. Wake, my offer still stands.
Get me out of here.
What the hell was that about, Al? We don't need a replay of that thing with the paparazzi. I thought they were gonna lock you up.
I had to talk to someone. I told Barry everything. He thought I was certifiable, but when he heard about the manuscript, I had him. The fact that I'd written something, even if I couldn't remember it, was enough for him. He smelled money. And he believed that Alice had been kidnapped. Anything beyond that was another story. I had a midnight appointment with the kidnapper in a place called Lover's Peak, somewhere in Elderwood National Park. The plan was to rent a cabin.
I don't like it, Al. I don't like any of it. It's not good. In fact, it's the absolute opposite of good.
Mr. Wake! Barry, you found him.
Hi, Rose.
Wow, I was just thinking about you, too.
Great.
I was just bringing Rusty some coffee. He's on the balcony, looking after Max. Poor thing. I really need to go. Great to see you again, Mr. Wake. Later!
Who's Max?
What an airhead.
Jeez, Mr. Takes a swing at everybody. This is not her fault. She's a very nice girl and, more importantly, a fan. She even has a fan site dedicated to you. And she was very helpful when I was looking for you. Seriously, Al, what you were saying in the car? Just listen to yourself. What, you shot a guy and his body just disappeared? When was the last time you slept? What, are you high? Have you been drinking?
Labrador Pits. Da haben sie das Skelett von einem kolumbianischen Mammut, Mammutus columbi, gefunden. 1998 wurde das dem Elderwood National Park gespendet. Wenn das kolumbianische Mammut Washingtons State Fossil wurde. Seitdem ist es das offizielle Maskottchen vom Park und wird Bucktoothed Charlie genannt. Dr. Bob, moin. Na? Aus dem Mammut wurde dann ein Puma.
Do you understand what it sounds like when you say stuff like that? Don't get me wrong, it's a good story, could be a bestseller. But when you start confusing fiction with reality, you're buying yourself a ticket to the funny farm.
Wait here.
Namaskar. Na, irgendwo. Cappuccino.
Easy there, boy. I'm almost done.
Hey, Rusty, right? You rent cabins.
Oh, Mr. Wake. I'd shake your hand, but mine are kind of full here. Actually, I'm sorry about this. Would you mind grabbing the registration form from the desk? It's just across from Bucktooth Charlie.
Okay, sure. What happened?
Seriously, Al, you can't just go and meet a kidnapper. Those situations always end up in disaster. You gotta talk to the cops.
She's my wife, and it's my call. Can we talk about this later?
No! This whole thing is... Listen, you hit your head.
I think this is the form you wanted.
And here are the keys. Okay, you're all set, Mr. Wake. Glad to have you staying here.
Thanks. Can you tell me how to get to Lover's Peak?
Oh, sure. It's at the end of the nature trail. Just follow the paths, you'll get to it eventually. It's an easy walk. Nice spot, too. If you have any trouble finding it, just keep your eyes on the radio mast. It's right below that. Oh, and hey, if you take a walk in the woods, watch your steps so you don't end up like Max. I guess I'm a little worried. We got a bunch of campers out there we haven't heard from. It's not like these people are on a schedule, but with the traps, well, you know. I just don't want any trouble.
Right, thanks.
If you're trying to pull a joke on me, freak me out, it's working. Ha ha! Let's have a laugh on Barry. Well, you had me going there real funny, Al. You can quit it now. Look, Al, you're asking me to believe that you shot a dude who went poof into thin air, a guy who was bulletproof until you pointed a flashlight at him. You hear that from people who end up spending time in padded rooms, strapped to their beds, wearing white shirts with too long tangled up sleeves, and eating a healthy diet of pills. Al, you make... That's just crazy talk, Al. Al? Al? We should go to the sheriff or call the FBI.
Damn it, Barry, they'll kill her!
This is not a goddamn debate, Barry. I'm going to Lover's Peak. He said to come alone.
Okay then. I understand. But you're my best friend and I'm worried that you're not right in the head. Tell me what to do to help and I'll do it.
You stay here, and if I'm not back by morning, call the cavalry.
Just be careful with the natives, Al. These yokels are dangerous. Everybody hates a tourist, or it'll be Deliverance all over again.
Deliverance
Oh, this place is trying to kill me. I'll bet there's
ist
mold in here,
ein Film.
spores, poison ivy, God knows what. This is so not worth a 15% commission.
in dem 3 Typen aus der Stadt eine Bootstour machen. Ey, das sieht aus wie Pirates. Keine Ahnung, wofür diese Thermoskannen sind, die ich ständig aufsammle. Aber Batterien weiß ich. Wheeler.
I'll wait here, Al. I'll hold down the fort. I'll be with you in spirit every step of the way, Al. Locking the door now.
Wird wohl keiner eine Knarre vergraben haben.
Barry had the keys to the car he rented. Wasn't a long walk to the visitor center. and it wouldn't be any use to me in the forest. I knew I should have gone to the cops. This wasn't the smartest thing I'd ever done, but I was still angry with Barry for trying to talk me out of it. These people had called me right in the sheriff's station. The cops wouldn't scare them, and they had Alice.
Bombe? Was für eine Bombe? Nix googeln, danke. Ich gehe da einfach so ran, ich habe keine Ahnung. Aber ich habe eine Knarre. Wo habe ich die jetzt her? 12 Schuss. Und eine Taschenlampe. Aber die Steuerung geht mir so am Nerv.
Welcome back to the show, folks. As promised, our very own Dr. Nelson has just parked his rear end in the studio. Doc, what's your Deerfest plan like?
My plan? You make it sound a lot more organized than I ever seem to manage. No plan, really. Just taking the atmosphere. I'm getting a little too rickety to do much more than that, you know.
Oh, tell me about it. No sack race for us older gentlemen, huh?
Yes, exactly, Pat. But I'm going to check out the parade, of course. And I'll be one of the pie contest judges, too.
Well, that takes a different kind of constitution.
Oh, yeah. It's my kind of exercise.
Now, Doc, seriously, you're in pretty good shape, though. You're the outdoors type. I know for a fact you're an avid fisherman.
That's right. Matter of fact, just caught a heck of a largemouth bass early this morning.
But you're not taking part in the fishing contest?
No, not this year. See, Pat, I'm just not that competitive anymore. Now I just like to take the time and enjoy the fishing. It's no fun for me to worry about what I'm catching, you know? Considering your track record, I'd be happy if you...
Warte, wir hatten ja neue Seiten.
The kidnapper fired his gun one last time, and the shadow vanished into the darkness it had come from. See? Nothing to it, Wake. The thought of Alice in his hands was revolting. We stood on the wooden platform of Lover's Peak, the waterfall on the mountain behind us, the lights of the radio mast blinking red in the heights above. I fought with the urge to take a swing, force myself to speak. Let's cut the act now. Where's my wife? Barry had never gotten along with Alice, but he knew Alan loved her with an almost frightening intensity. And now something had happened to Alice. And here was Al armed with a gun and saying things people got put in padded cells for. It was as if his friend had experienced a massive psychotic episode and was now totally disconnected from reality. It scared the shit out of Barry.
crime and punishment. The cancer and cure of civilization. But some crimes are impossible to punish, especially in Night Springs. Tonight's episode, The Man in the Mirror.
He's inside, Agent. He's a weird one.
So, you're confessing to killing that guy, huh? Why?
Had it coming?
Yeah, but why would you do that? I mean, you're a nice guy. Normal. Took your kid to a soccer game. So how come at the game, you pick a guy and, quoting from the arresting officer's report here, assault the victim's head area repeatedly with the weapon of choice being a pair of bare fists? Wow, that sentence really flows, huh? Maybe you're not the literary type. Okay, so you mess him up. But why? Who was that guy? We couldn't ID him. Why would a guy like you do him like that?
I didn't like his face?
Well, you must have hated it, because you really went to town there. I mean, there's no way to tell what he looked like. No ID on him either.
That must be difficult.
But then we ran the fingerprints. Got a match. Your prints. Identical.
Huh, how about that?
Your son said you were wearing a white shirt when you took him to the game. But the white shirt is on the dead guy.
It's plenty red now.
You won't get away with this.
Do you really think that's in any way relevant to me? I had plenty of time to talk to my boy before the cops arrived, you know? He won't stop screaming, am I right? You think he's ever gonna be okay? I left my mark. Believe me.
You bastard.
What? You gonna shoot me? What's the point? I'm going to prison. You got me.
I don't understand any of this.
And you never will. Don't worry. Maybe you'll see me again, Agent. Maybe in the mirror.
Completely out of sync. In Night Springs. Das habe ich jetzt nicht gerafft. Ich habe nicht gerafft, was du da schreibst. Bekommst mal ein Fuffi gesponsert, sofern du mal an der Kasse bist. Ist das denn zu viel verlangt? So ein bisschen so zu schreiben, dass man es versteht, bevor du es abschickst. geht's auf jeden Fall nicht lang. Also, ich wickel ganz mich auch. Da kann ich jetzt gar nichts rauslesen. Ixi, moin. Wie immer. Wie immer. Was funktioniert heute nicht? Die Software von meiner neuen Tastatur. Die ist eigentlich, da gab es heute ein Update und seitdem läuft das Ding nicht mehr. Und meine Tastatur sieht so aus. Mal sehen. Macht einen auf Lichtorgel. Es ist immer irgendwas. Verstehe es auch nicht. Also eigentlich ist da halt eine bestimmte Farbe eingestellt. Ja. Wenn man dieses Gewaber, der fährt da irgendwie durch sämtliche Regenbogenfarben. Ich meine, was soll das? Wofür? Wie soll irgendjemand sowas gut finden können? Nee, muss ich eine Software installieren von Razer? Und die installiert dann zig andere Software noch mit. Bei Reddit habe ich dann zumindest ein paar Tipps gefunden, wie ich die wieder deinstallieren kann. Ich habe sie geschenkt bekommen. Ich glaube, ich habe sie mir sogar gewünscht. Ich habe sie mir gewünscht, ja. Wusste ich ja nicht. Wusste ich ja nicht. Ich bräuchte noch ein USB auf P2 Anschluss. Muss ich mal gucken, ob es sowas gibt. Notieren. Weil für all den Kram, ich habe keinen Platz für, um irgendwas anzuschließen. Ich muss immer irgendwas abmachen, um was Neues anzuschließen. Das war der einzige Vorzug an der alten Windows 2000 Tastatur. Das und der Fakt, dass da an dem neuen Motherboard überhaupt nur so ein Anschluss dran war. Ja.
The air in the visitor center was heavy with an awful smell, as if some rotten drowned thing had crawled up from its grave. Rusty kept coughing blood. My eyes were drawn to the twisted shape of his broken leg. The attack had been vicious. Max whined in his cage. Rusty's eyes were wild with fear and terror. He gasped. "Mr. Wake, it happened just the way it was on that page." Rose knew that Rusty was in love with her, and she liked him too. She liked him a lot. He taught her to dance, and life had certainly taught her the value of a man who was gentle. He treated her well, made her smile, made her feel good. But Rusty wasn't the prince of her dreams, and that tended to underline the unbearable truth. She was no closer to that Hollywood magic than he was.
Diese Sicht, ey. Mecker. Ist auch wieder so ein Spiel für Controller.
The vision left me weak. This was no head injury.
Rusty, hang on! I'm coming! Please, help me! Anybody? Help me! Help! Help me! Can you hear me? Anyone! Please help! Help me!
Hello?
Back here! I'm back here! Hey! Please help me! Mr. Wake?
Hä?
Oh, hell. It happened just the way it was on that page. I found. Came true. It knew. So dark. It'll come back for me. You must... The lights. In the office. I have the key.
Delta.
Hang on. I'll be right back.
Eine gute Nacht dir. Bye bye.
Whatever did this couldn't be far. Rusty had found a page from the manuscript. It would help me understand what had happened. Shh, good boy.
Das ist nicht das Büro. Das ist die Küche. So there.
The only way to make sure that Rusty was safe was to get the power running and the lights back on. I was too late. Someone had destroyed the circuit breaker. There was no way to get the lights back on.
Rusty! Rusty!
The ground was covered with oily patches that looked like liquid darkness.
Hunters need hunting licenses.
Something had torn a mammoth-sized hole in the wall.
Please don't feed the animals.
Fishing is only permitted for those visitors who purchase a park fishing license. Obey the park ranger's instructions at all times.
Rusty? Rusty, no! Never!
Closer than 100 yards. Two bears and wolves never approach any other wildlife closer than 25 yards. Pets must be leashed. Never leave your pet unattended. It is
Gänsehaut, ne?
From the part. Gross. Even simple berries!
Keine Money mehr. Ja.
What the hell was that? I saw from the window. I saw something.
Forget about it, Barry. It's just me going crazy.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. You're not crazy. I wish you were crazy, but you're not crazy. Ow, be careful.
Stay in the cabin. Don't open the door for anyone. I mean it. The visitor center was sturdy, but the impact turned the front of the building into splinters. Rusty was thrown across the lobby like a rag doll and hit the far wall hard. It didn't hurt until he tried to move and saw his leg bend the wrong way, felt the broken rib stabbing him on the inside. Rusty howled in pain and fear, suddenly afraid to die alone.
Text ist besser als das Video.
At the last instant, I changed direction and threw myself down. The axe splintered the trunk of a tree. I stumbled into the pool of bright light. My lungs burned. I was too exhausted to move. I tensed as I waited for the killing blow, but it never came. I raised my head. Nothing moved in the darkness beyond. For the moment, bathed in the cold light, I was safe. In that last instant of consciousness, Rusty thought about Rose. He was older than she was. Rose was barely out of her teens, but she made him feel young and forget what a train wreck his long-dead marriage had been. He still wore the ring. He'd been waiting for her to tell him to take it off. Now she never would. Lover's Peak was at the far end of the nature trail.
So nicht hin, ne? Gar nicht. So einen komischen Nachbarn. Der hat mich schon 4-mal überfallen, während ich weg war. Jetzt habe ich nur noch die Shotgun. 2 Schuss. ich denn gerade die Ammo gefunden? Ja, im Grunde brauchst du alles. Metall, Kristall, Deuterium brauchst du für die Forschung. Für Verteidigungsgedöns. Der hat mich halt 4-5 Mal angegriffen, der Typ. Quasi im Nachbarsystem. Und mit meinem Zeug dann halt seinen Planeten, seine Flotte und alles ausgebaut. Und dann gut an mir vorbeigezogen. Aber ist halt immer noch mein Nachbar. Und jetzt muss ich halt gucken, dass er mich nicht dauernd abzieht. Ja, Schlitzmeiniger. 9 Schuss. Also ich schimpfe über die Steuerung, aber man gewöhnt sich dran. Konsolensteuerung.
I turned the corner, afraid of what the flashlight's beam might reveal. Suddenly, a roughly painted symbol of a torch glowed in the light. Behind it, hidden by a rock, sat a battered metal trunk. It was here for a reason, packed with supplies, batteries, flares, ammo, things you need to make it through the darkness of the night. Something left behind by someone who knew what I knew, and more.
Wo? Ich nochmal ganz zurück. Alarm. Taken are filled with darkness. Keine Ammo mehr. abseits der Pfade nach Stuff suchen. Bis jetzt weiß ich nicht, wofür der Kaffee gut sein soll. Und ist immer out of ammo again. Was mache ich jetzt? Nix. The taken are filled with darkness. Ja, wofür ist der Kaffee? Keine Ahnung. Und du schlaf schön. Ich werde da nicht ankommen. Vier Mann. Ich kann um die rumgehen. Ausweichen. Muss natürlich erstmal drauf kommen. Zehn Schuss. Lauf doch! Alter, guck das an hier.
Agent Nightingale didn't want to be in Bright Falls. These little communities revolted him, and he didn't like the trees or the coffee. He now knew that impossible horrors lurked behind the storefronts and smiles. He desperately wanted to turn the car around and just drive until he passed out or ran out of road and booze. But he had a job to do. He had a rider to catch, at any cost.
Dann beeil dich mal. Agent Nightingale. Sessellift.
Shit.
We gotta get moving. More of them coming. That flashlight's kid stuff. The flares won't keep the bastards away.
You can see them too?
Hell, of course I see them. Come on, we gotta move.
Why?
Because that's the way the story goes.
Yeah, but...
Let's move!
I lost my gun back there.
Oh, I've got a gun. Just keep that light steady on him.
It took a moment, but then I recognized him. He'd been on the ferry when I first arrived here with Alice. He knew my name. We were headed in the direction of Lover's Peak. There was no way this was a coincidence. He was the kidnapper.
Come on, Wake! You better keep up. You set him up, and I'll knock him down, Wake. Lover's Peak. Right up these stairs, Wake. Use the flares from the emergency box to hold them off while I get these boards off.
Give me the gun.
Yeah, no can do, Wake.
Are you kidding? Give me the gun!
No time for back talk. Hold them off, damn it! Just a little longer. Scare them off. Get some light on those bastards. That'll keep them off us. Just a little longer. I almost got it. Hey, it's open. Move it a little bit. Sissies are afraid of the dark. Better get ready. They'll be on us soon. This is it, Wake. A last stand. There's more flares here. Get ready. We fight them as long as they keep coming.
Give me the goddamn gun! They're coming!
That's not how this goes. Get with the program, Wake.
Alter.
See? Nothing. Filthy monster! Pow! Bullseye!
Let's cut the act now. Where's my wife?
I knew you were gonna say that. I read it all before. You're a hell of a writer. Congratulations. You're gonna bring about something glorious and terrible once we get you some proper editorial control.
What the hell are you talking about? Where's Alice?
I want the entire manuscript, or she's gonna suffer bad.
You touch her mouth.
Der braucht some serious Anger Management, der Typ.
You're gonna give me the manuscript or you'll be sorry!
No! Come back here! I swear I'll kill you if you hurt Alice! Do you hear me? Come back here!
He had Alice, and he wanted the manuscript because he thought it held some magical power. But I had no manuscript to give him. I had to get back to Barry and figure out my next move.
Lol.
Nobody in Bright Falls seemed to know where Al was, but Rose, the waitress at the diner, had seen him. From what Barry could tell, Al pretty much fell off the face of the earth when he left the diner. Rose was just the kind of fan that Al hated, but she really tried to help. She was smart too, knew a lot about what was going on in the town, knew a lot about Al, even knew who Barry was. Barry liked her. That was no big surprise. When it came to women, Barry and Al rarely saw eye to eye.
Point Spider.
Sarah didn't care about the legal threats Wake's agent had made. She let Wake go without argument, because there was something about him she couldn't quite put her finger on, something that reminded her of her father. She didn't think Wake would hurt his wife. Then she thought about the way he waded into Hartman, that hair-trigger rage flaring up without warning.
Also. Ja, es waren jetzt völlig für den Arsch. Ist gar nichts. Moment. Ich weiß gerade nicht, was unheimlich ist.
I had heard the plane fall. It made no sense. It was clear that it had just fallen here, but it was very old and obviously hadn't flown in decades. Looking at it sent a shiver down my spine.
Spider, alles klar. Gut Nacht dir. Um 7 startet der Server von Stengel neu. 7 Days soon. Ich war auf Insane. Ich wollte auf jeden Fall mal reingucken. Aber eigentlich wollte ich bauen. Mal gucken, ne?
The night had been one desperate situation after another. I was exhausted, and my body felt as though it had been chewed up and spat out. The flashlight was heavy in my hand, and each pull of the trigger sent a painful shock up my arm. But I was finally out of the woods, and things were looking up. That's when I heard the chainsaw.
And chainsaw. Lampe, ne? Wieder. Also zumindest das hier nicht, weil, wie gesagt, Steuerung ist ganz übel. Ist echt übel. Die Maus viel zu sensitiv. Ich krieg die nicht runtergeschaltet. Spiel wieder so auf den Controller optimiert. Die Lichtorgel hier.
The logging site was a mess. The modular office had been pushed off the cliff. Deputy Thornton climbed up from the wreckage excited, breathing hard from the exertion. Nobody there. It's weird. Don't you think that's weird? Bored, Mulligan let out a mighty snort. Hell, it's always weird, Thornton. Just a question of sorting out what kind of weird it is this time around.
Ich würde eher das Buch lesen. Ich würde eher das Buch lesen.
When Barry saw the darkness attack the visitor center, it made him a believer. The men Al said he'd shot, they hadn't been just locals on crank. Somehow the world had changed, like the channel had been switched without warning. You think you're watching a sitcom, and you're really watching a horror show. When the birds started attacking the cabin, Barry wasn't surprised, just terrified.
Cabin? Ach, diese Cabin von der Seilbahn.
When Barry saw the darkness attack the visitor center, it made him a believer.
Zu meiner Entschuldigung, das gab's kostenlos bei Epic. Aber egal, egal. Irgendwann werde ich mal googeln, wofür denn die Thermoskannen gut waren. Na, fantastisch. Aber werfen kann man ihn nicht. Ich meine, was ich die ganze Zeit im Kopf habe, ist Tomb Raider. Sorry. Das ich auch noch nie gespielt habe. Also das allererste. Wann war das? 99, 2000? Das habe ich gespielt. Aber die Jüngeren nicht. Habt ihr aber. Stehen auch auf der Liste. Aber, ne? T. Oktober oder so. Keine Ahnung, ob ich mit A überhaupt durchkomme bis Ende Februar. Ich hoffe, Tomb Raider ist besser und bis dahin habe ich das Spiel ja vergessen. Aber nee, ich werde mich sicher daran erinnern. Aber da kommen auch noch eine Menge solcher Spiele dazwischen.
Beware of Widowmakers!
Shadows stirred and the wind picked up as I ran through the forest. I felt the dark presence turning its gaze toward me. Then the moonlight was blotted out by dark shadows that raced violently across the ground, moving too swiftly to be natural. Darkness gathered between the trees and melted again to reveal the Taken. No natural path had brought them here.
Wofür sind diese Holzdinger?
Coding is a hazardous occupation.
Habe ich ja versucht.
Coding is a hazardous occupation.
Barry?
Ow! The porch is covered with birds. They've got all Hitchcock on me.
Stay out of sight. I'm on my way. Don't open the door.
What am I, crazy?
Stay hidden. I'll be there soon. Just make sure you keep the lights on. I still had to reach Barry at the cabin, but at least I was out of the woods.
Wie ein Hudson Hawk. Der ist froh, wenn er nachher einen Cappuccino bekommt.
I'd have to get the car from the locked garage. It would get me back to Barry faster, and the headlights were a welcome bonus.
Keine Flares mehr. Ja, die haben mich gerade gerettet.
The FBI agent's command froze me in place. I considered surrender. It was all falling apart anyway. I could give in, let someone else deal with it. But it felt all wrong. Call it instinct, his posture, the way he held the gun. He was no friend. Shots ringing in my ears, I leaped for the hole in the fence and stumbled into the darkness beyond.
Guck mal, der noch eine Querung aus.
I had to find the key to the garage. I needed the garage key to get to the car. The garage key had to be somewhere nearby.
A story is not a machine that does what you tell it. A story is a beast with a life of its own. You can create it, shape it, but as the story grows, it starts wanting things of its own. Change one thing and you set off a chain reaction of events that spreads through the whole thing. The characters have to be true to themselves. The events need to follow a logic that fits the story. A single flaw and the magic is gone. The story dies. Alice dies.
You cannot hold the
Wenigstens ein Ford.
The flare gun was probably the best weapon I could imagine against the dark things I was facing.
Ich war ja schon drin. Aber...
It was the kidnapper.
You son of a bitch! Where's my wife?
Enough horseplay, Wake. You deliver the manuscript, and you can have your woman back. Simple as that.
I don't... Listen. I'm gonna need time to finish it. I still need to write the ending. I need a week.
It's not done?
I need a week.
2 days. The old Bright Falls coal mine is nearby. You can find it easy, city boy. The main building, there at noon. You bring the manuscript, you'll get your wife. If not, well, get me?
Yes, I get you.
Barry had talked about birds over the phone.
I am so glad you're here. A couple of them got in here before I blocked the chimney. This isn't normal. These birds are weird. Al. I'm sorry for thinking you were having a psychotic episode, man.
I sent Barry to the town to ask around about a man fitting the kidnapper's description. He'd go through the archives of the local paper. Perhaps he could learn something. Anything about the island and the cabin that had disappeared. The man wanted a manuscript. I had to try to write him one to get Alice back. For me, the supernatural had always been nothing but a metaphor for the human psyche, a tool to use in writing fiction. Now, it was happening for real, and I couldn't put a single word on paper.
Barry Wheeler speaking.
This is Rose.
Rose?
I found Mr. Wake's pages.
Oh, you sweet, brilliant girl.
Could you and Mr. Wake come get them? I live in the trailer park outside the town.
We'll be there in less than an hour.
Bye now.
See you soon.
Have a great day. Hope you come back soon. Welcome to the Old Dear
Diner.
Good girl.
Come here. Pretty please, can you tell me where I am? You, won't you say something? I need to get my bearings. I'm lost, and the shadows keep on changing.
Previously on Alan Wake, Alice has been kidnapped.
Alan, please help me.
Alice?
You'll do exactly what I say if you ever want to see your wife again.
I can't tell anyone except my agent Barry.
Damn it, Barry, they'll kill her. You're my best friend, and I'm worried that you're not right in the head.
The ransom is a manuscript I supposedly wrote that's coming true before my eyes.
It happened just the way it was on that page. So dark.
I have found only a few scattered pages.
I want the entire manuscript.
The deadline is in 2 days.
I found Mr. Wake's pages.
Good girl.
How the hell did she get her hands on the manuscript anyway?
I don't know. She's resourceful. I told you you were too hard on her. Listen, I found out all sorts of interesting stuff while I was digging around.
Yeah.
Mr. Wake, it's Sheriff Breaker. We have an FBI agent here, Agent Nightingale.
FBI?
He's anxious to see you. You'd better come to the station.
Okay, I'll be right over, Sheriff. Let's make this quick, huh?
Help you folks? Name's Randolph. I'm the manager.
We're looking for Rose. Works as a waitress down at the diner?
Rose, sure. Nice girl. Who wants to know?
I'm Alan Wake.
The writer, huh? I heard on the radio you were visiting. Well, I'll show you her trailer. That Rose, she's a nice girl. Always pays her rent on time.
As I was saying, Al, I found all sorts of weird stuff from the local newspaper's archives. This place is crazy. Disappearances, mysterious deaths, urban legends come true, and get this, most of this stuff takes place around Cauldron Lake.
Well, you ain't wrong, mister. The Indians thought the lake was a doorway to the underworld. I'm the God-fearing type myself. I don't hold with that sort of thing.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, there was an island there owned by a guy called Thomas Zane. Now, some of the articles I found about him make him out to be a famous writer, but I ran a bunch of searches, couldn't find a single thing he wrote. Zane was heavily into diving, so much so that the place came to be called Diver's Isle. But the volcano under the lake erupted in 1970, and Zane went down with the island.
Yeah, how about that? It was there in the morning, as if it had fallen from the sky. But it would take a tornado to lift something like that. We're damn lucky it didn't crush any of the trailers.
gets better. A local girl, Barbara Jagger, drowned in Cauldron Lake just a week earlier. They were lovers.
Sure, Jagger's a local spook story. The Scratching Hag. Comes for you in the dark. Childish stuff like that.
Anyway, Al, I'm just getting to the best part. All of the articles about this stuff were written by Cynthia Weaver. I asked around, and she's that crazy bag lady you met.
What, the lamp lady? She can be a little loopy, but she's not homeless or anything.
Yeah, anyway, she knew both Jagger and Zane before they both died, and she had some kind of a breakdown.
Well, mister, this here's Rose's trailer. You mind me asking what you want with her?
We're just here to talk to her, pal.
Welcome to... Oh dear, Mr. Wake. I'm so glad you're here.
Rose, you have my manuscript?
Oh. Oh yes. Yes. Please, come in.
Ich kann die doch nicht killen.
Hey, this is really good.
Rose,
Yes,
my manuscript. I really need it.
I understand. I know what you need. A muse to inspire you.
Oh, for Barry? She doesn't have anything.
Yeah, hey, Al? Al, what's... Oh...
Barry! What?
Der Kaffee.
What?
It's coming for you, hiding in my barber's skin. I'm too weak to stop it. You must turn the lights on.
I promised I'd come visit you and your lovely wife. You must finish what you started. I insist.
You must turn the lights on. Turn the light on.
Back to work, boy.
I felt nauseous, hungover. Only anger kept me going.
I can't tell reality from dream anymore, but it seems I have an imaginary editor to help me. She's an old woman in a funeral dress. I call her Barbara Jagger. She's very strict. I'm writing faster and faster. My manuscript is being heavily revised. The edits are getting very aggressive, and each day there's less of me and more of her. I hate it, but I know she's right. She promises me I can save Alice this way. She knows more of this than I do. About the complex incantation I'm attempting. About this place. She's worked with another writer under similar circumstances, Thomas Zane. The genre of the story seems to be shifting. It's turning into a horror story. I'm getting close. I can feel it.
Rose took a day from me. I had less than 12 hours left to meet the kidnapper. All I could do was get Barry into the car, work something out once I got on the road. Barry was out of it. He was way too heavy to carry.
You're right. deserve more money. I'm so handsome.
Welcome to the Oh Dear Diner. What can I get you today? Coffee?
I couldn't work up much hate for Rose. Something had used her to get to me and left its mark.
First refill is free. Milk and sugar on the counter there. Would you like to hear today's specials? Thank you. A nice day. Come back soon.
Was mache ich mit ihm? Bleib's einfach hier.
My gun and flashlight were gone. I'd have to find a way to get Barry into the car as quickly as possible. There was no time to waste.
Schubkarre.
I just stepped outside to catch a breath of fresh air, and let me tell you, the weather's getting heavy. Nights like this make me especially glad I'm here talking to you and not home in bed. Once the weather takes a turn like this, I can't sleep at all. It's all tangled bed sheets and dark thoughts, punctuated by the occasional plunge into nightmare. Is it just me? Well, perhaps it is. But I hope I can make the night a little bit easier to get through. Caller, you're on KBF FM. What's on your mind, Walt?
Well, I am the way you are, but, well, I can't sleep either, you know? I just been staring out the window here, trying to make sense of it all, but, I ain't been drinking either, you know, I just...
Well, you sound like a man with a problem, Walt.
I had argument with Danny. You know, Danny, and, then I got in trouble with the law, you know, and, I'm just, well...
I heard something like that, Walt.
Yeah, well, you know, he's, Danny's my best friend, and, they let me out on bail today, and now I'm just alone here at the window, you know, waiting, man, and there's something in the air tonight, man.
I was just outside looking up at the sky above our broadcast tower thinking the same thing. What are you waiting for, Walt?
I don't know. You know, something's gonna happen. You know, I think I better go.
Well, Walt, maybe...
No, thanks, Pat.
Well, good luck to you, Walt. Hang in there. Let's take a little break, folks. This weather's really something else, huh?
How can I be sure you'll walk away? Why'd you love deception?
Oh, you're gonna get it now. God God knows what you've done to that poor girl.
This is Agent Nightingale, FBI! Get him up, Hemingway! You're under arrest! You move a muscle, I'll unload right in your goddamn face! Stay right where you are, Spillane!
What are? I'm standing right here, you goddamn maniac!
I hated to leave Barry behind, but there was no way I'd miss my appointment with the kidnapper.
Give it up, Mr. Wake. Come on. Make it easy on him.
Get after it! Don't let him get away! Move it! Move it! Move it! I'll have you shot if you let him get away! Move out! Search the area! Move out! Freeze! Stop running! Freeze! Okay, men. Keep your eyes peeled. He's gonna try to make it through here. This way!
Oh, damn.
Man out! No! Stop! I'm on the way! Keep an eye out! God damn it! Where did he go? He's the way! Keep an eye out!
Keine Waffen und nichts.
He's gone! Come on, guys! We need to head him off!
Das Manuskript lesen.
Mr. Randolph liked Rose. That little smile she had. How she was still sweet when life had tried so hard to make her bitter. It wasn't any of his business what she did in her trailer. But those strangers, the writer and his smart-ass sidekick, looked like trouble. And they'd been in there for hours, way past her normal bedtime. He reached for the phone and called the sheriff's station. For decades, the darkness that wore Barbara Jagger's skin slept fitfully in the dark place that was its home and prison. It was hungry and in pain. It dreamed of its nights of glory when the poet's writing had called it from the depths and given it a brief, terrible taste of power and freedom. The rock stars had stirred it from the deep sleep the poet had sunk it back to in the end. When it sensed the writer on the ferry, it opened its eyes.
Also ich habe das alles selber schreibt. Und jetzt tauchen die schon wieder auf und Scheiße. Das war ich nicht. Vielleicht eine Waffe.
Come in, Agent Nightingale. This is Sheriff Breaker. Over.
Nightingale, over.
What on earth is going on? My deputies tell me you fired at Wake, and he didn't have a gun. You almost hit a civilian instead. Over.
Sheriff, Wake's running. I'm giving chase. I don't have time for this.
Well, make the time. You can't just go shooting at people in my town. Over.
I'm a federal agent pursuing a fugitive. You want to discuss my methods, Sheriff? Make an appointment. Over.
You stay right where you are, Agent Nightingale. I'm on my way. Out.
suspect was last sighted running along the gorge that leads westward from the trailer park. All units are advised that the suspect may be armed. Approach with caution. James out.
Better beyond.
Search the area. Stay sharp. This way. Over here.
This horror was everywhere I went, circling me. The cops didn't stand a chance. They were after a writer, not a monster.
Nein.
I've lost contact with person menu assigned to me. It's Wake's doing.
Wait, are you seriously telling me that geek writer just took out my deputies? Are you kidding? I mean, have you seen this guy? He wears a tweed jacket. Over.
He's the guy we're chasing. If it's not him, who then? Bigfoot? Over.
I don't know yet, but I'm not in the habit of jumping to conclusions. That tends to come back and bite you in the ass. Out.
Nein, nein, nein.
Search the area. Stay sharp. This way. Over here.
This horror was everywhere I went, circling me. The cops didn't stand a chance. They were after a writer, not a monster.
Telling me that geek writer just took out my deputies? Are you kidding? I mean, have you seen this guy? He wears a tweed jacket. Over.
He's the guy we're chasing. If it's not him, who then? Bigfoot? Over.
I don't know yet, but I'm not in the habit of jumping to conclusions. That tends to come back and bite you in the ass. Out.
North here. Gates, we got both Wheeler and Rose in custody. They didn't put up a fight or anything. Why, they were... Hey, what are you doing? Come on! Sit down and give me that. Jane, Mulligan here. Over. Go ahead, Mulligan. Over. We got Wheeler and Rose here. Wheeler's drunk or hopped up on something. Speaking of which, that Fed had a pretty distinctive whiff of Otis Scotch about him, if you know what I mean. Over. I don't have anything on that, Deputy Mulligan. Over. Well, whatever. Anyway, Rose is just being plain weird here. You better get Doc in to take a look at both of them. Over. Gotcha. You better get them here quickly. The, Fed's gonna want to interview Wheeler. Over. Oh, yeah, I bet he does. Looks like they have a lot in common. Mulligan out.
Okay, die Straße. Da hinten hin. Oder vielleicht auch da lang. Schauen wir es da an. Straße geht da lang, okay. Als es darum geht, keine Ahnung.
I could see the lights at the radio station in the distance. Soll ich da hin oder was? I imagined that the broadcast tower in the distance was part of the local radio station. Maine seemed like a decent guy. Perhaps he could give me directions to the coal mine. Unnatural shadows clung to the gate. The darkness that was after me was trying to stop me. I wouldn't get through without a light. There was no power to the searchlight. The old generator conked out. I'd have to see if I could fix it and try again.
Ich meine, es ist jetzt nicht zu schwer, rätseltechnisch.
It took me a moment to recognize the flashbang grenades. They were an ideal weapon for my situation.
Team 1, come in. Over. Team 1, this is Sheriff Breaker. Report. Over. Team 2, come in. I need a report. Over. Come on, guys. Talk to me. Come in, please. Over.
And here's another call. You're on KBF-FM with Pat Maine.
It's Milt Peabody, Pat.
What's on your mind, Milt?
Well, I live near the trailer park, Pat, and there's a big ruckus going on over there.
Well, that's just up the road from me, too. What's going on, do you know?
I don't know, but there's a bunch of police cars there, lots of sirens, a helicopter buzzing around, and I think I heard some gunshots.
Gunshots?
Yes, sir, like from a pistol. So can you find out what's going on? Because it's just next door and they're popping off guns there.
They're still shooting?
No, it was maybe 10, 15 minutes ago. It sounds serious, Pat. I'm telling you, it don't sound like no party.
Well, I'm certainly going to give the station a call, Milt.
Okay.
You'll hear it here as soon as I hear from them.
Okay, thanks.
Touched by the dark presence, Rose was lost in a dreamland where everything was drawn in black and gray crayons. The old lady had promised her that all her wishes would come true. She would be Alan Wake's muse. She was smiling so hard it hurt her face. She crushed a bottle full of sleeping pills into the coffee. Deep down inside, she was screaming in terror.
Ich brauche immer 2. Im Leben nicht hin. Weil das war's jetzt. Tun wir noch mehr.
could lend me a car to get to the coal mine.
It's Lorna Miles. Oh, why, hello, Lorna. What do you have for us?
Well, I just don't see why the cops bother with the trailer park.
What do you mean?
It's a trailer park. Of course you're going to have trouble in a place like that. I mean, what do you expect? The sheriff should be helping us normal citizens instead of wasting resources on those people.
Well...
Let the trash sort themselves out. I'm sorry, but my granddaddy settled in Bright Falls in 1911.
Well, thank you very much for that compassionate viewpoint, Lorna.
How can I be sure?
Oh, here's a little surprise. The famous writer Alan Wake just walked in. Folks, I'm going to see if I can talk him into an interview.
Come on in, Mr. Wake. Oh, I'm so glad you could find the time to do this, Mr. Wake.
Nowhere to run now, Dan Brown. You back away from me. Don't hurt.
Whoa. Everyone calm down. Put the gun down. We're all friends here, right?
Cool your jets, Nightingale. We got him. What the hell's the matter with you? There's a civilian in there.
I'll get you yet, even if it kills me. You hear me? You hear me, H.P. Lovecraft?
I had fallen off so many cliffs it was ridiculous. That's what you get for naming a book The Sudden Stop. It was probably good I hadn't had the chance to tell Maine where I was going. I'd have to lose the cops and find my own way to the mine. Nightingale stared through the broken studio window into the dark woods. He turned around, started to walk out, but Maine grabbed his arm. "Young man, you almost shot me. You don't shoot off rounds at people like that. What's the matter with you?" Nightingale shook his arm free, marched out. His cheeks burned with rage and humiliation.
Ja, mit dem Typen stimmt irgendwas nicht. Mit dem stimmt irgendwas nicht. Toll. Was?
There was no sensible reason for the power company work lights to be here. It was almost as if they'd been left for someone like me to use. There was no sensible reason for the power company work lights to be here. It was almost as if they'd been left for someone like me to use. Muss die irgendwie drehen? Nee. Mache ich die erst an?
Und wie dann da ein? Wahrscheinlich, ne? So. Und das ist, glaube ich, dann im Moment. Muss ja irgendwie ein System hinterstecken. Ja. Läuft. Läuft. Ja. Hier komme ich nicht weiter. Sorry. Die Dinge anmachen, ja, macht irgendwie gar keinen Sinn. Die Muni holen, ja. Ja, aber rückwärts gehen und dann den Weg finden. Also. Da hinten muss ich hoch. Anmachen. Stuff nehmen. Ja, und schon weiß ich nicht mehr, wo ich bin. Ich hoffe, da kommen nicht noch mehr. Ach. Wo muss ich hin? Ich muss dahin.
The bulldozer's engine roared to life. Mud and rocks flew as it fought for traction. It crashed through the concrete wall and landed heavily in the yard. If it were an animal, it would have shaken its head after the impact, fixed its eyes on me, and charged. Of course, it had no head, nor eyes. Shadows crawled on its form, twisting it into a monster. Then, it came for me.
Musste da gar nicht hin. Da war nur das Manuskript. Wird gerade gequittet, ne?
Hello?
The most stubborn man I've ever met.
Alice? Alice?
Alan, I'm so afraid. It keeps me in the dark. Please help me. I look at you, Alan, and it's not you. Something else. Looking out from behind your eyes.
Alice, I'm here.
I'm so alone here. It's all gonna go to hell. You need to be careful. Cooperate.
The connection had been terrible, but that wasn't the only thing that hadn't been right with the call. She sounded wrong somehow, but she had called me. The pipe wrenched itself loose from the bridge's steel framework. Wrapped in darkness, it floated in midair, twitching. For a moment, I didn't understand what I was looking at. The heavy object lurched at me with impossible force. I threw myself out of the way, but just barely. When I turned my flashlight on it, it shook in a dark rage before it flew at me again.
Ich kriege echt Gänsehaut hier, ne? Das macht die Musik. Die ich höre.
I could see a railway bridge up ahead and a warehouse of some sort on the opposite shore. I hoped I could find a car from there. The darkness that was pursuing me was growing stronger, and it was taking over everything in its path. What the hell?
Licht und Flares. Der Weg war, glaube ich, schon ganz richtig.
The darkness that was pursuing me was growing stronger, and it was taking over everything in its path.
Okay, ich habe 3 Flares. Taschenlampe. Eine Shotgun. Mit 8 Schuss.
The darkness that was pursuing me was growing stronger, and it was taking over everything in its path. Sarah trusted her gut, and her gut said Agent Nightingale was an asshole. He felt wrong, and it wasn't just the smell of stale booze. It was in the way he flashed his badge, pulled rank, the look in his eyes when he wanted answers. Where was Alan Wake? What was this about an accident? Where was his wife? And most importantly, why did she let Wake go? He wouldn't answer her questions. Federal business was all he'd say. The pipe wrenched itself loose from the bridge's steel framework. Wrapped in darkness, it floated in midair, twitching. For a moment, I didn't understand what I was looking at. The heavy object lurched at me with impossible force. I threw myself out of the way, but just barely. When I turned my flashlight on it, it shook in a dark rage before it flew at me again.
Also beim ersten Mal sind wir richtig gut durchgekommen, ne? Frage, durchblitzen, wie gerade.
darkness that was pursuing me was growing stronger, and it was taking over everything in its path.
Und jetzt, wo ich denn hin?
As a teenager, just starting to get interested in writing, Stephen King had been a source of inspiration to me. I thought about all the inanimate objects that had come to life in his books. No one is safe in a good horror story. Certainly not the protagonist. That's what makes them fun. This was anything but. The darkness could possess anything, and it was getting closer.
Jetzt habe ich eine Heavy Duty Flashlight. Okay. Oh nee.
That had come to life in his books. No one is safe in a good horror story. Certainly not the protagonist. That's what makes them fun. This was anything but. The darkness could possess anything, and it was getting closer.
Ist nur eine Flare, ne? Und keine Flashbang. Ist Gas? Oder nicht?
Did you call 911?
That had come to life in his books. No one is safe in a good horror story. Certainly not the protagonist. That's what makes them fun. This was anything but. The darkness could possess anything, and it was getting closer.
Das ist Propangas. Warum kann ich da nicht drauf schießen?
Did you call 911?
Ah, cool.
I slammed the door shut right in his smug face. He pleaded for me to open the door. True to form, the asshole actually thought I would obey. I had no sympathy left, no guilt either, not for him. I took a moment to savor the scream. I bet I had a smile on my face. It was all that I had time for. The dark presence was inside the lodge with me.
Das ist ein verdammt langes Kapitel. Ich bin mal kurz AFK. Ja, ne? Test. Das sieht jetzt aber auch nur so aus. Hör mal auf zu winken. Muss mal kurz AFK einen Kaffee holen. Be right back. Dankeschön. Und tatsächlich schon länger. Am 6. Am 6. war das. Das heißt, ja, schon etwas mehr als eine Woche. Heftig, oder? Ich meine, 2022 und schon Februar wieder bald. Ja, ey, das ist heftig. Das Spiel hier. Also erstmal die Steuerung absolut, also schlecht. Steuerung ist schlecht. Dann habe ich hier eine Maus, die ich, wo ich die, wie nennt man das, Sensitivität, die kann ich hier nicht ändern. Also selbst meine Tasten reagieren nicht darauf. Wie krass ist das denn? Das Spiel ist wieder so ein voll auf hier, wie nennt man das hier? Controller ausgerichtet. Weißt du? Mit diesem ganzen Controller-Scheiß, du wirst gezwungen, dir so ein Teil zu holen und damit zu spielen. Finde ich eine Unverschämtheit. Nächste Woche spielen wir Ancestors. Ja, es ist gemacht für einen Controller. Ancestors, ja, gab es, glaube ich, erst auf der Xbox. Und ich weiß nicht, ob du Ancestors kennst, A Human Kind Odyssey oder so, wo du halt so einen Affenstamm spielst oder einen Primatenstamm. Irgendwann in der Urzeit. Und genau, Primaten. Und da steht, Nico hatte mir das geschenkt. Und dann steht da Press A to start. Und ungelogen, ich habe eine halbe Stunde gebraucht, bis ich überhaupt das Spiel starten konnte. Ich musste das googeln. Ich habe sämtliche Tasten probiert auf der Tastatur. Es ging nicht. Es ließ sich nicht starten. Da muss ich dann irgendwie ich weiß, ich müsste lügen, ob sie Config war. Ich musste irgendwas einstellen, damit ich das mit Enter oder Space starten konnte. Statt dem A auf dem Controller. Ich habe gedacht, ich spinne. Und immer mit dieser, also jetzt nicht für mich, aber diese Idee von wegen, wenn man weniger als 2 Stunden das Spiel gespielt hat, dann kann man das bei Steam zurückgeben. Ich habe Spiele, die habe ich überhaupt noch nie gespielt. Da steht schon irgendwie eine Dreiviertelstunde. Also dieses Ancestors, also ich habe es, glaube ich, zweimal geschafft, meine ganze Sippe zu killen. Aber ist ja auch nicht schwer. Ja, da hatte ich noch kein Lenkrad. Da hatte ich noch kein Lenkrad. Und wie gesagt, vielleicht, also 140 € jetzt für einen Controller finde ich ein bisschen happig. Was war das denn jetzt? Kleinen Knacks. €140 finde ich schon ein bisschen happig. Ich könnte es vielleicht mit dem Joystick probieren, mit dem Competition Pro. Ja, vielleicht mache ich einen Donation Goal. Aber da werden auf jeden Fall noch ein paar Spiele kommen. Dieses Absolute Drift, da meinte Zero auch, das kannst du nur mit Konsole, mit Controller spielen. Weil du musst halt, ja. Und ich glaube, das letzte Mal, dass ich einen Controller in der Hand hatte, war vor 20 Jahren oder so. Ja, aber Ixi, dein Angebot ist das eine. Das andere ist, dass auch Leute darauf reagieren. Und ich denke mal, gerade EVE Online-Spieler, die werden sich da schon einen Account geholt haben. Habe ich ja auch. Gut. Schauen wir mal, was im Fernsehen kommt.
We take the facts of our existence for granted, unaware that they are merely a thin veneer of desperate self-delusion, covering a vast cosmos of madness and horror. All too often, the stars are right. In Night Springs. Tonight's episode, a family occasion. Journalist Alvin Derleth's trip to study the local customs of an insular community in Night Springs has been less than successful. Until tonight.
Well, I'm glad you changed your minds about this. Ancient customs, local mythology. My editor loves this kind of stuff.
Well, Mr. Derleth, we don't want to feel like we're on exhibition. But you have demonstrated the seriousness of your intent.
Oh, I am serious. Really, just do your thing. I'll stay out of your way and observe.
Actually, I thought you could assist us. I'm afraid we are a man short. It would provide you with an intimate perspective.
Could I really?
Of course, Mr. Derleth.
Well, I guess that's the least What would I have to do?
Oh, here. Let me show you with a kiss.
What did you...
Oh, Mr. Derleth, you have well pleased Nixie Perka, the dweller in flesh. Your body shall host his thousand young, and all shall be glory. Shh, darling, be calm. Shh.
Alvin Derleth learned a harsh lesson. If you go looking for mythology, it may come looking for you. And And such quests always bear fruit. In Night Springs.
Eine Idee. So, da steht ein Auto.
The darkness surged towards me, sucking everything loose from the ground into its depths, tugging at my clothes. I saw the flare the kidnapper had dropped and threw myself towards it just as I felt my feet leave the ground. The darkness embraced me with the force of a tornado. Somehow I managed to light the flare. The darkness roared and cast me away. I fell toward the dark waters of the lake far below.
Jetzt nochmal Stuff. Das war doof. Ich kann da nicht rüber. Yes. Was war das? Bulldozer.
The bulldozer's engine roared to life. Mud and rocks flew as it fought for traction. It crashed through the concrete wall and landed heavily in the yard. If it were an animal, it would have shaken its head after the impact, fixed its eyes on me, and charged. Of course, it had no head, nor eyes. Shadows crawled on its form, twisting it into a monster. Then, it came for me.
Dieses Remastered. Habe ich gesehen, ja. Shit. Das wird jetzt wieder so eine Endlosrunde. Und ich sag mal gleich um 7 mache ich Schluss. Weil dann startet ein neuer 7 Days Song. Das wird nichts, oder? Wie kriege ich denn den Bulldozer klein? Wie soll denn das gehen? Macht er sich selber kaputt? Ich meine, hier sind keine Gasdinger. Da muss ich nur an das Tor kommen. Haben wir noch nicht probiert, ne? doof ich manchmal bin. Ne?
I had never been this glad to see the sunrise. I had a couple of hours to get to the coal mine. The coal mine wasn't far now.
Gibt's eigentlich einen Film? Das wäre doch auf jeden Fall ein Film wert, oder?
Today, I would meet the kidnapper, and he would give me Alice. I wouldn't give him any other choice. A drowning man will clutch at a straw.
Warum stehen wir jetzt hier?
Little by little, without realizing it, I'd come to believe that the story in the manuscript was coming true. The current of its narrative had taken me deeper and deeper into dark waters. Alice had been taken from me. Barry was probably in jail. I was a fugitive from the FBI. The whole world taken over by the dark presence was trying to destroy me. It all felt real, but it matched a textbook case of insanity.
Soll ich besser mit dem fahren, oder was?
This is Pat Main, and you're listening to KBF-FM. Folks, I want to apologize for kind of abandoning you to that looping music track last night, but I was detained. You see, I encountered a big-shot G-man with an itchy trigger finger who could use a lesson in manners and a boot in the ass, not necessarily in that order either. Now, folks, I know I'm not being very informative here, and I apologize for that. I really should just keep quiet, but I'm just so peeved right now, because some people just shouldn't be carrying badges. I'm just glad that our Sheriff Breaker was there to straighten things out. And if someone I met last night is listening, let me just say, I'm sorry if my mouth got you in trouble. I'm pretty sure you're not the bad guy here. Godspeed, son. I hope you know what you're doing. Now, on a lighter note, I'll be talking to Dr. Nelson all morning. But first, a little music.
Jeder gute Flüchtling wechseln wir die Autos. Ich habe überhaupt keine Waffen mehr. Also die Grafik ist ja...
Welcome back to KBF FM. Hope you enjoyed that tune. Now, Doc, you were talking about life and finding that special someone, that soulmate.
Well, you were talking about that. I was saying I don't buy it.
Well, see, to me, that's strange, because I always pegged you as a hopeless romantic.
You got me there, Pat. But I think love's where you look for it. And you need to do a lot of looking, sure. But the idea that there's that one special person out there for you, and if you miss that chance, it's gone forever, and you're forever incomplete. I mean, isn't that depressing? Or, heck, childish even? Hey, there's plenty of fish in the sea.
And apparently a fisherman has a fishing analogy for everything, but what you're saying, isn't that a little harsh?
Well, no. What I am saying is that your potential for finding that connection isn't limited to what's essentially a chance encounter. How is that harsh?
Yeah, well, I guess that's a nice thought, but let me say something personal here.
Okay.
Now, well, I don't disagree with you exactly, but I can't really fit that together with what I feel, what I felt for someone, because she was the one. She was. And I let her drift away from me. Maybe I didn't put in the work, I don't know, but well, since then, and it was a long time ago, but since then there hasn't been anyone, not like her. And I'm not saying I dwell on her or haven't moved on. I like my life. I'm not living in the past, but I do miss the way she completed me.
You can't argue with the heart, Pat.
I'm sorry, folks. I had kind of a scary experience last night, and let's just say it's shaken a few things loose.
Ja, 7 Milliarden Menschen und es gibt nur einen anderen Menschen als Partner. We don't think so, aber ich habe auch kein Problem damit, Single zu sein. Was ist das für ein Spiel, ey? So, fahre ich jetzt unauffällig mit dem Wagen da runter, oder? klar. Ganz unauffällig. Zur Stadt hier.
For Mott, spying on the writer on the ferry had been a disappointment. His boss had made Wake out to be something special, but Mott hadn't been impressed. He'd gotten a good long look at the wife, though, and he liked what he saw. Mott had fantasized about goading Wake into a fight, but it hadn't happened. Still, he'd get his chance to see if the writer had anything in him. He'd been promised as much. Da war kein ganzes Buch mehr zusammen. I was early. I was supposed to meet the kidnapper at noon in the main building. The coal mine was quiet. It was a museum now. While there were some earlier residents in the area, the true genesis of the town of Bright Falls came with the founding of the Bright Falls Mining Company and the opening of the Bright Falls coal mine in 1878. Although the work was hard and dangerous, many immigrants, Germans, Poles, Italians, Finns and Swedes, among others, worked the mines. While lucrative at first, the mining steadily declined in the 20th century. The seams were rich but hard to get at, and the volcanic activity in the area made the mine shafts particularly dangerous.
Particular. Particular. Particularly.
With Nightingale gone and the night wind blowing in through the broken studio window, Maine stared at Sarah. The sheriff looked away. Maine's voice shook with barely controlled anger. That boy's doing more drinking than thinking. I hope you know what you're doing, Sarah. He's got a sickness in his eyes. You take my word for it. He wants Wake for a reason, and it's not for anything good.
Ja, das klingt wie eine Stephen King-Geschichte mit Machine. Drummond Machine. In 1970, a volcanic eruption below Cauldron Lake, while relatively minor, caused most of the deep mining tunnels to collapse or flood. 32 miners lost their lives in the calamity, and all mining around Bright Falls came to a final stop. Now, many of the remaining buildings are protected as historical landmarks.
I didn't want to go outside. Cops had to be looking for me. The noon sun turned the place into a sauna. The day dragged on. Different scenarios ran through my mind. Ways of how I'd torture the kidnapper to get Alice back. Or the different horrible things he could have done to her. I imagined her dead. I had no way of knowing she was still alive. It was killing me. I was running on blind hope. It was all a waste of time. The bastard never showed up.
Wake!
Where the hell are you?
Change of plans. You know where Mirror Peak is? It's a big mountain north of where you are. You follow the path from the mine, you can't miss it. There's a lookout point there. I'll be waiting.
I'm through being jerked around by you.
You want to see your wife alive? Because if you do, you better watch what you say to me. Do we understand each other?
I want to talk to Alice.
Yeah, and I want the manuscript. Don't keep me waiting, Wake.
Hello?
Hello! Ah! I'm gonna kill him!
I had to get to Mirror Peak. It was close. Maybe closer than ever before.
Und ich dachte, es wäre eine Gelegenheit für eine Banane. Maybe it wasn't. nicht die Züge, oder?
When Thomas Zane fell for Barbara Jagger, it happened fast. She was young, vibrant, and beautiful, full of life. He had never been a very happy man, and without any seeming effort, she had changed all that. Zane felt good for the first time in his life. Everything she did was another piece of a jigsaw puzzle he hadn't even known he'd been missing. And best of all, she made the words flow, strong and sharp. She was his muse.
sind noch nicht mal hier raus.
What the hell? The only way to reach the hillside ahead was to go through the building. I had to find a way to avoid electrocution.
Mal sagen, so rückwärts daran, damit wir da drüber springen können. Ja. die alle umfahren können mit dem Auto. Ne? Turn off the power. Ja, das habe ich... So steht das da jetzt erst? Oder das habe ich mir schon die ganze Zeit gedacht. Den Strom ausschalten. Nicht ideal, ja. Ja, wieder schnell wieder rein. Das wollte ich gar nicht. Okay. Zwei Schuss haben wir noch. So, wunderbar. Weiß ich nicht, kommt da Werbung? Traut er mir aber einiges zu hier. Danke für den Raid. Am Wake ballern, ja. Am Wake ballern. Wo kommst du denn her? Miss Mounts. Oh. Die sind ja süß, die Emotes. Green Hell? Echt? Ja, ich bin hier in einer ganz anderen Hölle. Seit 7,5 Stunden. Musste mir ein bisschen dran gewöhnen. Ist überhaupt nicht mein Spiel. Alan Wake. Aber ich weiß nicht, ob du das mitbekommen hattest. Darum der Titel. Meine Spiele A bis Z. Das ist mein Programm für dieses Jahr. Spiele der verschiedenen Bibliotheken, Steam, Epic, Ubisoft, Battle.net, whatever. Alphabetisch alle mal anspielen zumindest. Durchspielen bestimmt nicht. Und solche Spiele hier sind gar nicht meins. Vor allem ist das wieder so ein Controller-Spiel irgendwie. Und mit der Tastatur komme ich hier gar nicht klar. Und Horrorspiele sind eigentlich auch nicht so meins. Also für mich ist ja 7 Days eher so ein Sandbox-Ding. Das übrigens auch dann in einer halben Stunde startet, deswegen, oder länger spiele ich dann hier auch nicht. Aber ihr habt jetzt auch schon ein paar Mal Gänsehaut und so, also heftig. Heftig. Ein Schuss noch. 2 Schuss noch. Ist klar, Sie. Danke nochmal. Von dem ich immer noch nicht weiß, wofür diese Thermoskannen gut sind.
Some of the taken retained echoes of their former selves, but these were just the nerve twitches of a dead thing. Nothing remained but a shell covered and filled with darkness. In most cases, these puppets were enough for the purposes of the dark presence. But for anything more elaborate, as with the writer, it was different. It needed his mind. And so rather than taking him over completely, it merely touched him.
Stimmt. Ich könnte ja einfach an irgendwas anderes denken. Ich glaube, das funktioniert aber nicht so. Ein Schuss da, 2 Schuss da. Das Tor, ne?
There was no way the flashbang grenades were standard power company equipment.
Jetzt wird mir die jemand da hinlegen. Scheiße. Guck jetzt einfach mal, wie viel lang es überhaupt. Ja, schon, ja, okay. Dann vielleicht lieber erstmal hier lang. Müssen da lang. Super.
I stared through the bars of the jail cell. Barry stood behind me, swaying on his feet, looking as ill as I felt. Agent Nightingale stood on the other side of the bars with Sheriff Breaker. Nightingale had a stack of manuscript pages in his hand. He seemed unhinged as he gloated. "Well, I've got you now, Raymond Chandler. It's all here. all the evidence, including conspiracy to murder a federal agent.
FBI Spacken. Drück ist nicht ganz sicher. Wie sagt man das? Ganz dicht. Das gibt's ja nicht.
I had no real plan. I was going to give the kidnapper all the manuscript pages I had for Alice. If that wasn't enough, I'd hold him at gunpoint and make him talk.
Wieso, was habe ich denn jetzt? Ja, fantastisch. Ich laufe bestimmt voll in die falsche Richtung.
I had no real plan. I was going to give the kidnapper all the manuscript pages I had for Alice. If that wasn't enough, I'd hold him at gunpoint and make him talk.
Ja, kurz dazu, die haben meine Frau entführt, die Schweine. Ein Typ. Und ich bin ein erfolgreicher Autor mit einer Schreibblockade. Und der Typ scheint ein Fan zu sein und will halt das Manuskript für mein nächstes Buch. Als Ransom, als quasi Einlöse im Austausch für meine Frau. Aber ich habe gar kein Buch. Also beziehungsweise scheint das Buch überall rumzuliegen, einzelne Seiten. Die ich hier und da finde. Also gebe ich ihm die Seiten, die ich gefunden habe. Oder knall ihn einfach weg. Also der Kollege hier scheint aber ein bisschen Probleme damit zu haben, cool zu bleiben. Ich aber auch, wenn ich diese Steuerung hier sehe. Scheint die kürzere Strecke zu sein. Wenn ich diese Kamera, ne, sehe, kriege ich einen Affen. Kriege ich echt einen Affen und das seit fast 8 Stunden. Was genau?
I had no real plan. I was going to give the kidnapper all the manuscript pages I had for Alice. If that wasn't enough, I'd hold him at gunpoint and make him talk.
ich hin musste. Ich will... Tab ist bei mir Inventar, ey. Ich will mal gucken, was ich hier habe. Ich bin echt schon ein bisschen... Banane.
The dark presence was moving ahead of me in the same direction I was going. A cold feeling settled itself in the pit of my stomach. Was it going for Alice?
Ja, ich glaube, das werden wir heute nicht mehr erfahren. Raus. It's 7 o'clock.
The graveyard shift may cause cancer.
Oh ne, komm. Thompson Boy. Das stinkt doch hier.
The place was dead, a ghost town. Had been for decades, maybe a century.
Okay, wenn ich jetzt hier sterbe, dann war es das erstmal für mich und dann gehe ich rüber zu 7 Days. Weil dann ist auch mal gut. Ghost town my ass. Nix.
Things were never as simple in real life as in fiction. I had lost count of the times I had wished there'd be a clear reason for my writer's block. Something to fight, something to lash out on. There wasn't. I was filled with doubt. I was nothing like the hero in my books. Alex Casey had gone through his life with single-minded determination, never wavering from his goal. Even now, I was angry at myself, angry at Alice, angry at Barry. I was fumbling and I had no plan.
So geht's mir auch. Licht und Kaffee. Was brauchst du mehr? What else do you need? Wie sind wir hergekommen? Das ist Mondlicht. Ja, wenn ich hier noch Batterien bekommen kann, dann gehe ich zurück. Da kann man drauf wetten. Irgendwie hier ist die Taschenlampe gerade meine Waffe. Ich habe immer zu wenig an.
Anything outside of writing is a struggle. I feel ill. I managed to make my way downstairs. There's a shoebox filled with books and papers by Thomas Zane. It's very hard to focus, but I managed to read some of it. He's a poet, and a good one. He writes of muses and creators summoning fabulous things from a magic lake, using his powers to shape the world of a realm of gods and dreams and demons, dark things that wait for a chance to slip through, wearing the flesh of men as disguise. Zane writes about himself, his girlfriend being taken over by a dark presence, about growing scared of the lake. Zane believes it's a mirror to the gaping void of darkness above, where some Lovecraftian presence lurks. I crawl back upstairs. I'll borrow these things for my story. They ring true. They fit.
Der hat das alles geklaut, oder was? Warte mal, hatte ich nicht vorher eine Pump-Shotgun? Ich die irgendwo liegen lassen. Zehn Schuss, 11 Schuss. Shotgun. Ich nehme die Shotgun.
The kidnapper had sent me a text. The message was full of spelling errors and insults. It was telling me to hurry up. Leer gun it is. Birds.
Okay, da springen wir aber noch rüber. Jetzt ein bisschen hektisch sein.
Birds.
go to?
Without warning, the headache stabbed at my brain. Alice?
Alice!
I'm losing it. I gotta get out of here. The hunters were big, thick-set men, confident and at home in the woods. They were feeling good, running on beer, ghost stories, and camaraderie late into the night. It did them no good, as they were taken by the dark presence, sucked deep into a darkness far worse than any ghost story they ever told or heard.
Keine Ahnung, was ein Knall hier ausmacht. Sturzgefährdeten uralten Bergwerk.
I'd have to make my way up this mine shaft in order to go on. Maybe the machinery could help me with that.
Also, die Rätsel sind jetzt nicht so schwer hier. Das ist schon ein ganz gutes Beispiel dafür. Beim ersten Mal habe ich das nicht geschnallt. Ich hätte beinahe nach einer halben Stunde schon gequittet. So wie jetzt hier. Denn offensichtlich weiter runter. Da ist eine Schiene. Aber wie? Das muss ich sogar schon früher machen. So. ich jetzt noch diese Vögel quitt werden.
Another cable car. Just great.
Das war jetzt mal ganz schön für den Arsch. So. achttiefste See in der Welt. Ein Caldera-See. Geformt in einem vulkanischen Ort. Der Vulkan selber könnte als aktiv betrachtet werden. Ist aber nicht eruptiert seit den vulkanischen Erdbeben von 1970. Und selbst damals war die unterirdische Aktivität vergleichsweise gering. Neben ein etwas Sachschaden gab es keine Casualties. Einer der schönsten Flecken in der Gegend von Bright Falls. Ebenso eine zentrale Figur in vielen lokalen Volksmärchen. Es ist eine beliebte Gegend, Erholungsgegend für die Einwohner der Gegend. Ja. Ja. Ich komme mit der Maussteuerung überhaupt nicht klar. Ja, das habe ich schon so oft erzählt in den letzten 9 Stunden. Ich würde das gerne vergessen. Also für jemand, der das Spiel mit dem Controller spielt, wenn man dann Lust drauf hätte, glaube ich, gar kein Problem. Weil es ist für einen Controller gemacht. Es ist irgendwie von der Konsole portiert worden und das merkst du halt voll. Was ist denn eigentlich mein Kaffee?
Maud had checked all of Stucky's rental cabins. There had been no sign of the Wakes. It was dark when he'd found their car parked at the end of the road by Cauldron Lake. It made no sense. They must have taken a wrong turn, but there was no sign of them, and the car had been there for hours already. Frustrated, Mott stood on the rotten ruin of the footbridge that had once led to Diver's Isle before it sank beneath the waves years ago. The boss wouldn't be happy.
Boss? nicht draußen, oder? Okay. Und hier geht's beim nächsten Mal weiter. Vielleicht 9 Stunden. Mein Limit für diese Reihe von A bis Z ist 10 Stunden. Und in dem Fall hier machen wir eine Ausnahme. Ich bin eh schon 1 Stunde zu spät. Darum breche ich das an dieser Stelle ab. Nicht, dass ich das überhaupt so lange geschafft habe, aber ja, das werde ich noch üben, weil diese Spiele sind nicht alle Spiele, die ich mir halt irgendwie, wie soll ich das sagen, gekauft habe, sondern manche sind geschenkt, manche waren kostenlos irgendwo zu haben. Darum ist das wirklich querbeet. Und da werden viele Sachen dabei sein, die eigentlich, wie auch das hier, eigentlich überhaupt nicht mein Ding sind. Aber da muss und möchte ich dann auch durch. Einfach mal gucken, wie das alles so ist. Und da waren ein paar Sachen schon dabei, die ich ganz schön fand. Also auf jeden Fall empfehlen könnte. Guckt einfach bei mir in den Videos, was hier in den letzten 1-2 Wochen lief. Jetzt wechsle ich mal rüber zum neuen Floyd. Das ist doch keine Ahnung. Bill. Den Eltern müsste man eingeben. Habt ihr das auch schon mal gemacht? So Endcredits von irgendeinem Film auf DVD oder so? Und dann euren Namen da irgendwo reingeschrieben? Habe ich früher gemacht. Und wegen der Mucke, Coconut, Harry Nilsson, da gibt's auf jeden Fall, es wird wieder gemutet. Wenn nicht gar das Ganze. Darkest Star. So weit sind wir gar nicht gekommen, ne? Havok Physics. Das waren die Night Spring. Jo. Dann danke ich nochmal fürs Zuschauen. Ich werde den Rechner hier nochmal neu starten, weil irgendwie funktioniert die Software für meine Tastatur nicht, nachdem ich die vorhin geupdatet habe. Ich habe hier eine Lichtorgel auf dem Tisch. Seit dem Update funktioniert der Scheiß nicht mehr. Also mal neu starten. Und ich schicke euch mal zu Stengi. Vielleicht sehen wir uns da nachher wieder. Ich danke fürs Zuschauen und ich wünsche euch einen schönen Samstag, ein schönes Wochenende, falls wir uns nicht mehr sehen. Bis bald. Bye bye. Bye bye. Alter, wie lang das? Gucken, wo die sind. Spawn alle 7 Tage. Jetzt gerade in 10. Lebenslänge 90 Minuten. Teil. Über Jogging nachts im Traum. Ich glaube, das wird nichts. Und der Stream ist noch an. Bye.